We back for now. I don't know what's going on. I'm getting a bad vibe off of my setup today. I think it's likely that might happen again. Yep, spinning wheel already. Yeah. See if I can save this before we get another crash. Let me just say something. You know, people who have been on these streams before, who've been hear me rant, they know my viewpoint on all this. But Adobe, Wacom, Huion, all of you, and I don't care if this means that Wacom will never send me a free tablet, never ask me to do an ad, never sponsor me, no matter what. I don't care. I'm going to be perfectly honest. Adobe, Wacom, Huion, all of you, you make horrible products. You make horrible, horrible products, and you are riding on a legacy of people being used to them and just finding it difficult to change from being accustomed. And you don't care about what you make. It's all trash. You let it break constantly. And I just want you to know that we've all got our eyes on you. And hopefully, history doesn't bear this out, but hopefully someday you're going to suffer for this. You really are. Because Photoshop, ridiculous. Legacy product, bloated, ungainly, ridiculous, breaks with every update. A new glitch with every single update. And that's a complaint I have for all of these. Wacom, what happened to you? Wacom, you used to be good. You really used to be good. Now Wacom, every driver update, every new tablet, new glitches every time. New driver problems every single time. That's why all the pros, keep your drivers rolled back to drivers from 4 years ago. It's ridiculous. And your Cintiqs, don't get me started on your Cintiqs. Ridiculously overpriced for a piece of crap screen that ships with dead pixels, and then you get a big nasty black splotch in the middle in 6 months and red pixels cover the whole screen. Absurd. You should be ashamed of yourselves. Huion, you have nothing to be proud of. I'm drawing on a Huion Kamvas right now, but it's acting exactly as I always predicted. It's exactly as I predicted. It's the same problems as Wacom. There's new glitches with every single update. Your drivers are horrible. I use you because I know you're as bad as Wacom, but you're half the price, and that's it. It's just the lesser of two evils. You make horrible product. Horrible, horrible product. It's just that there's no better option. You're all ridiculous. And I'm not even going to complain that it's like this Kamvas is brand new. It's your best product. It's not like Mac OS is not one of the most popular OSs in the world. Fresh out of the box, and I've had 2 models in the past 2 weeks. I have a great computer, a very good computer, a decked out 2019 iMac. If I let my computer sit for 10 minutes, your Kamvas crashes my computer, guaranteed, every time. What are you doing? What did you make? This is absurd. You're lucky I'm a relaxed guy, or else I'd be really mad. Just get an iPad Pro, everybody. The iPad Pro is the best, most reliable, most bang for your buck drawing tool you can get. If that's all you need, if you're a hobbyist or something like that, just get an iPad Pro. Everything else is utter garbage. I have to have all this stuff because I do production, I teach classes, I have to be able to handle professional files and throw things back and forth. If you don't have to do that stuff, it is not worth it. It is not worth it. I blame the Mac? Ridiculous. Windows don't get me started on Windows. I've never looked back after abandoning Windows. The Apple platform is fantastic. Besides, you think I have complaints? Get someone who runs Wacom's and Photoshop on PCs. Get them talking. And it's beyond compatibility issues. It's the way that they treat their product, the fact that they don't improve it. I mean, I won't be able to use Layer Factory because Adobe's just like, we don't want people making good plugins anymore. We're just going to change everything to proprietary scripting. It's like, And these problems have been there for years. And I ran Wacom's and everything on Windows for years. And these problems have been there for a decade. The only reason Wacom is an industry name is because they were lucky they got a patent on that no battery pen. So they had a decade to dominate the market because everyone didn't want to plug in their pens. That only recently changed, and my God, you have half-price competitors that are, well, there's nothing good to be said about a lot of them, but just come on, Apple. Just make it for everybody. You guys are the only ones who know how to make anything, unfortunately. And I think I'm about caught up with where I left it. One of my favorite things about traditional, no crashes. It just sits on your desk and all you got to do is not spill coffee on it. Hello, Welkin. I can't agree more. I had the same problem with the Cintiq. It's like, you didn't have to say that. Everyone who owns Cintiqs, everybody who uses them at studios, everybody knows. Everybody knows. They're just horrible, horrible, horrible product. Thank God I consider myself, now emotionally, I consider myself like a traditional artist, you know, pencils and things on paper are where my heart's at. So if I lose a digital sketch, I'm like, whatever. I still get upset about, you know, the crap products, but losing the drawing itself, I'm like, that's fine, I'll just redo it. No big deal. Steven, you're a spirit being who helps me a lot with my mindset. Yeah, you got to get on my wavelength. You got to sit live on the internet raging about Wacom drivers. This is where you want to be at. This is what peak spiritual enlightenment looks like. Is being frothing at the mouth about Wacom drivers. I'm just messing around. I'm happy to have contributed in whatever way I have to your inner peace, to your ability to draw. All right, let's make that the thumbnail real quick, because I'm using an old thumbnail. Wait, gotta make that teeny tiny. Oh no, that's small enough. File, save a copy. July 27th. And now let's undo. We gotta save that. And we'll save this. Let me just go here. Click at this, change of that. Sketchbook. Yeah. You going straight from imagination today? You bet, baby. You bet. Hey, Ion. I think big art execs already know about Steven's rants. That's why they crashed the stream earlier. Dude. Wacom, Huion. They've all got eyes on me. They're trying to keep me from saying the truth. They're going to email me tomorrow like, hey, what do you want for free? You want a $4,000 Cintiq for free? And I'll be like, yeah. I'll be like, absolutely. I can be bought. Do-do. Need a little bit more room. How big is your screen? This is the 24-inch Huion, I want to say. The main screen that I've used for years, the iMac screen, is 27 inches. draw a couple of bumbling gate guards. For the story I have in mind, I need them more arrogant than that. But they can't be cool. Have you tried the Surface Studio? Looks like a dream device, but heard pencil doesn't perform that well. Yeah, I have not tried the Surface Studio, and it was basically specifically for that reason. I'd heard about the pencil. Pencil is kind of make or break. And it's discontinued now, right? They stopped making them, so not a lot of dreams of support there. Good morning, Yoga. Cyan says, Steve, I'm on break at work at an art store watching art stream. Hell yeah. Cyan, I wish I could go to your art store. My local art store is gone and the replacement has not opened, so I applaud you for doing the Lord's work in your local art store. Thank goodness I just hit the stream button today. You always feel so much better once you just get going. How hard did you find value studying when you first started? When it was abstract, when it was just doing shapes and stuff like that, I did find it very annoying. It never quite clicked. Once I started thinking of studying value as studying form, then it all kind of opened up for me. But when it was just, I didn't get what was happening. It was just like this dark shape against this light shape, when it wasn't connecting to the actual substance of what I was trying to depict. Found it very just too slippery. Like I couldn't get purchase on it. You know, it's like, what are you supposed to do then? Like try to use those exact same values when you go paint your thing? Like that doesn't make any sense. Your thing has a different lighting situation, different ambient light intensity, different compositional purpose. It's like when I was doing it like that, it never worked for me. Are these more Steven clones? You bet. Will there ever be a Giger-esque Horn of the Zapataverse where everything is bioengineered from Steven DNA? You know, I was just thinking about that the other day. Now the question of ever. Good question, but definitely in the cards. Always fun to do double shots of characters like this because you can have them play off of each other so they look more like themselves by contrast. Have you ever drawn a cute anime girl before? Nope. Not even once. None for me, thanks. It's clean living in these parts. I believe in a higher power. Lord, deliver us from these incredible waifus. God, I love drawing. Drawing's the best. These two fellas seem to be having a jolly old time. You know it. As someone draws and is surrounded by anime art, it's somehow surreal to hear that. Like, wow, there's entirely different types of artists in the world? You'd better believe it, Fish of the Lake. Also, good to see you again. I haven't seen your handle around in a while. There are all kinds of artists in this world. These guys are steepening out all the way. They're living that good medieval Stephen life. And here I'm stuck at the point where I can't seem to improve anymore. You can always improve. You're not stuck. It's impossible to be stuck. You can always get better. Maybe you just need to approach it from a different angle, different perspective. Or, you know, a lot of people, to get to the next level, they need to become more ambitious. They need to do something they've never done before. Like they need to take on a really big project or something like that. Hi, Hubs. Thank you, TMD. What are they laughing at? Something funny. I'll refrain from saying because I don't want to spoil or commit to anything that I want to do in the episode that I would use these guys for. Take a breather here. I have transitioned from anime to realistic imaginative stuff due to Steven. Oh my god. Some think I'm the most influential artist who's ever lived. Others know it. Others know it. I watch thee. I watch thee and try to figure out why you do what you do. I don't understand why you put certain things in shadow, but other things that seem like they should be aren't. It's just design, and making a good drawing isn't about getting things right. Plenty of things that would be right would be improved by lies, deception, and not following the rules. So you just follow your guts. You can improve your guts by having a better understanding about what's right and wrong, but the idea that just getting it right would be enough it's not enough. That's just, as you go down the road and you spend longer and longer drawing, you realize that that's not enough. That can't be enough. That's the reason that, it's the reason, for example, that raw 3D renders, no matter how perfectly physically accurate they are interesting to nobody. They need to be color corrected, they need to be edited, they need to be composited, they need to be adjusted, they need to have their contrast changed, their lighting changed, their color palettes changed. No one just shares raw 3D renders, you know, or very few people do, because everything in a raw 3D render is, of course, absolutely correct and perfect, and it's, for the most part, unsatisfying. I managed to get the light a little dimmer in my room today. It's good. It's not so bright on my eyes while I stream. Oops. Hold on, I'm trying to make chat bigger. Just gonna race through and try to look at past comments. Just talked to my AD about my character design project, your art director. He encouraged me to make it like an animation pitch project with characters, environments, moods, and short stories. What do you think, Steven? Yeah? It's always good to scope it out. You may find that you got to be careful when you scope out, because you need to make sure that you bite off an amount you can actually chew, but it's generally good to scope things out. What are your thoughts on furries? Well, you know, there's cave paintings with anthropomorphic people with like deer antlers, stuff like that. So a long and storied history for the furries. That's what I would say. It's not my history, but they've probably been around forever. I'm making a short comic from a scene in a book where I finished outlining and currently working on character design while learning character design. That's good. which is taking a lot of time to the point I feel like I'm never going to complete my project. Do you have any advice for me? Well, you do want to make sure you complete your project. See if you can put a deadline or get some hard accountability or something like that. But you probably also don't have, you might not have the most realistic expectations. So to help you get some of those, for example, when I've taught production design in the past, all right, so I've taught production design at Art Center College of Design. Very good school, very good students, high end. It's not like a middle of the road sort of art school vibe where it's like everyone's, you know, kind of barely trying or something like that. It's very hard school to get into, extremely expensive. People who are there are taking it seriously. Sorry, I'm gonna sneeze. Just give me a second. Maybe I can stop it. I guess I stopped it. When I taught production design there, we would assign the students short stories that could be read in tops, it was 4 hours. And some of them were even shorter than that. We assigned short stories that were really only a few pages long. You could read them in like 20 minutes or something like that. But the longest short stories we would assign took no longer than 4 hours to read. And we would put these excellent students into groups of 3 or 4. Groups of 3 or 4. So they were all good, they were working together, they were splitting the workload, and they had a very condensed project to design for. And it was only design. They weren't even, well, no, I guess I shouldn't say it was only design because they did designs and keyframes, right? But the keyframes are not like a full graphic novel or something like that. They're just like 6-ish images that show mood and style and story moments, but they're not like perfectly linked and totally cohesive. And with those small projects for excellent students working at a time, a lot of them with quite a bit of drawing experience, right? It's not like they started a year ago. They could not design everything in that small project in 14 weeks. To a person, to a team, all of them, in 14 weeks, they had to cut assets. They couldn't get to everything. And they had a nice long list of the stuff they wish they could have gotten to. So that might be what more realistic expectations looks like. It takes a long time to do these things. And don't base off of like how long it takes me to sketch some characters or anything like that. I mean, I'm fast. You know, I'm a pretty fast artist. I've been doing this for a long time. Like, don't base it on. Don't give yourself unrealistic expectations for wherever you're at on your journey. And you should always be open to letting yourself take your time on your stuff. Read any books recently, Steven? I'm reading Shadow of the Gods by John Gwynne currently. It's decent. Hey man, how's it going? And have I read anything recently? Well, I'm just trying to think of what I've read recently I've really liked. I'm right near the end of Interview with the Vampire right now by Anne Rice. It was very good, I thought. I haven't quite finished it. I've been reading a bunch of non-fiction stuff, and it's been pretty interesting. You know, it's been pretty interesting. Yeah, let's see. Interview with the Vampire. I read what's that FLDS book that had the Hulu show come out? Under the Banner of Heaven. Is that it? Probably going to read the second Hyperion novel soon. I read the first Hyperion. That was good. What else am I reading right now? Been reading Powers and Thrones by Dan Jones for a while now. I've been listening to the audiobook of A Time Traveler's Guide to Medieval Europe. That's nice. I like that. Bit of a short one, but really good resource for the kind of stuff that I like to draw, and I've learned a bunch of fun stuff from it. Mostly nonfiction lately. I want to fill out this, do this a little bit more carefully. What species of alien are you? I don't know. If it was just off of a personal preference, maybe an engineer. Just because then I get to look kind of like stuff. I get to retain my relative humanity while looking more like stuff that I draw. I wouldn't be too mad if I became a xenomorph, though. I could live with that. My wife would be pissed. But it's like, honey, I'm so badass and scary. I'm gonna rule Halloween. Do you know why medieval belts are so damn long? One size fits all, probably. Not a lot of production flexibility in medieval times. You could probably also do more stuff with it if it was longer. Maybe you could use it to tie things down, strap them to your horse, stuff like that. People just had less stuff, so it was always useful if things could do more than one job. They did have tight belts, though. That's like the arming belt that this guy has. The ones they would wear with armor and for fighting. Those would be close fit to the hips, waist, shape of the fold. As far as we know, there's actually very little not everything is actually known about those arming belts, because they're very commonly depicted in reliquaries. Not reliquaries, you know, the sculptures on like stone tombs. We see that knights wore them and stuff like that, but there's very few historical examples and good information about like how exactly did the sword get buckled into it and what was it made of and stuff like that. There's questions. I don't remember exactly what the questions are, but there's questions. Hey, it's Ahmed. How you doing, man? Yeah, Med knows. Self-portraits are one of my favorite drawing practices. It makes perfect sense that it's become a project at this point. Last time Steven drew me, I physically assaulted him, and I still feel the guilt for how badly I abused his right shoulder with punches. It hurt for a long time. That's the power of drawing right there. You know, just to get a rise out of someone. What a pleasure. You need to draw Ahmed. I'll never draw Ahmed again. Not after the abuse I suffered for it. Oh man, that haircut would be good. But if it's a medieval time, then that is the tonsure. You can't. It would be a monk. All right, I'll do a monk, Steven. After this guy. This guy's gonna have to get a different haircut. Just found out about James Zapata does pretty cool stuff as well. Damn, yes he does. Yes he does. Zapata is a very, very common name. Very, very common name. Around the Latin Americas, saying, whoa, he's also got Zapata, is like saying, you know, oh my god, I found another artist with the last name Anderson. You know, it's like a very common last name. There's James Zapata. There's another Steve Zapata that works at Riot, I think, as a lighting artist. There's Gabby Zapata. Jeff Zapata was the art director on Garbage Pail Kids, the famous trading cards from the 80s. There's a lot of Zapata. It's a very common name. Long buzz. Give me a second. I didn't answer. Let me check something. Let me just see if I have anything That's out. I don't think so. Hi, Mrs. Grimma. Steven, could you explain your relationship with your ears like you were talking with a new therapist of yours? Yeah, I don't know. I just, yeah, I don't know. I guess I've never really thought about it before, but I guess when I walk into a room, I just feel like everyone's looking at my ears, you know? And, yeah, I don't know where that comes from. You know, there was this one time when I was like 5, I walked into the living room at home, and my dad just suddenly grabbed me by the ears, and he just kind of like pulled them like this, like really hard. And he looked right in my eyes and he said, "You have big ears like a bat, don't you? These big, huge ears." And, you know, I don't have big ears, and your mom doesn't have big ears. But you know who does have big ears? My best friend, Gary. So, what do you think about that, Eho? Any thoughts on that, Eho? I don't know. I mean, maybe it means something, but I don't know. I'm just kind of free associating. Some people play tennis. I do whatever that was. Probably nothing. Zemi says, so is that why you're so good at form, echolocation? Yeah. Yeah, Zemi. Yeah, Zemi, that's why I'm so good at form. Because of my big dumb ears. Because of my big bad ears. Should I be a Franciscan monk or a Dominican monk? I guess I should be a Franciscan monk since I went to a high school run by Franciscan friars. Whoops. Why is drawing the back from imagination so damn hard? It's just because you don't think about backs enough. How often do you really look at a back, you know? Once you've spent enough time looking at backs, well, I wouldn't say it would get easy, but it'll feel less like you're looking at an alien landscape. For anybody taking form from imagination, I added a couple videos. Check the, go to the community and look at the most recent posts in general. I call out which ones they are there, but they're at the beginning of the textured forms chapter and at the beginning of the organic forms module, the combined organic geometry chapter. When was the first time you rendered a sphere, Steven? I don't remember. Probably in my early teens. Something like that. But as to when I went through like boot camp for how to render one well for the first time, probably around, you know, in like high school art classes, I had like, you know, I had to do still lifes and things like that. So I would have made some pretty serious attempts at 16-ish, 17-ish, 18-ish, you know, being graded and things like that, having someone talk about light and shadow. But, you know, it was high school education. It wasn't like I was being evaluated by like a really high-end artist, and I wasn't being taught like the modeling factors, at least not correctly. So the first time I was taught like heavy-duty spheres, it was probably I was 18 or 19 years old, taking my first strictly rendering focused class. Now I had to do a lot of spheres. I had to render, just in this one 10-week program, I probably rendered I mean, our homework in that class, it would be like, you'd have these 4 big sheets, and you'd render a sphere, a cube, a cone, and a cylinder. And you would do, I think it was 4 or 6, but you would do 4 of these a week, every week, and they got progressively more complicated every week. So, you know, the first week they were all white. The second week you'd do 1 white and then 3 grays. Third week you'd do 1 white, 1 gray, and then 2 black. And then we did multicolor versions of them, so, you know, they'd have stripes and things like that. Then we did them in color. Then we did them with materials. Then we put them into compositions. Then we did speed forms. It's just like you would do. I did a lot, so I don't know. Numbers are getting up there. Probably in just that first class, I rendered over 50 spheres easy, and it was 50 of everything else too. And that was all in markers. That was all one shot. Better get it right in markers. So if you count my failures, because I was really trying to do it really well, now that I think about it, there's no way I did just the 4 every week, you know, because it's so easy to mess up markers. If you counted the failed attempts to try to get to my 4 perfect ones, it was a lot more than 50. What are speed forms? They're these things. Just anything that looks like a teardrop. You could think basically like a car form. So you would just like design these things, find the center line, maybe figure out some cross contours. Honestly, I'm not big on cross contours. I don't teach cross contours when I teach. They're useful as almost like a diagnostic. They don't really, it's really more just about understanding the form in your head, and then you just design a nice shadow shape and try to render it all cohesively based on what you understand of the form. That was the class with that was the class with the teacher who told me that I didn't have it and that I wouldn't be able to be a professional artist. So you better believe I got a lot of sympathy for people who struggle with the basic forms. Stephen, who were your figure drawing and your dynamic sketching teachers at Art Center? I didn't take dynamic sketching. I don't think I did. I didn't take it the way as it's now construed with like a Peter Hahn or something like that, or his or the other teachers who taught that. The equivalence that I took with Bob Cotto, was an excellent teacher. Bob taught my figure drawing class in program Viscom 5, but figure drawing's so big, you know, I supplemented with going to life drawing myself all the time and learning from other people constantly. It's just one class is obviously not enough to understand figure drawing top to bottom. Bob was really focused for because I went through entertainment design. He was really focused on sort of teaching us how to loosen up, reminding us to loosen up. Because up until that point in the program, we had a really rigid design background, which can kind of make you seize up and hope that the figure can be constructed the way you construct, I don't know, a briefcase, you know, that you're gonna make out of wood. So Bob was really focused on getting us to relax and to paint and draw a little bit more freely and to treat the figure differently than we might have been inclined to. I never had much trouble with that. I've always been more the sloppy type. I needed to learn how to be more. My big thing was always well, no, I had all sorts of problems. Now that I think about it, I'm gonna go ahead and say that I had every problem. I was rigid when I shouldn't have been, loose when I shouldn't have been, sloppy when I shouldn't have been, dare to care when I shouldn't have been. I just had all of the. I was not good. Just so everybody knows, I'm not what I would consider to be a talent. Everything I'm capable of, I basically had to construct and learn and improve at. I am not good out of the box. I sucked. I'm not like I'm not like Ahmed, who was just always good, no matter what. Don't lie, Med. I've seen your oil paintings from when you were 13. Don't try to pull the wool over everyone's eyes. Bob Cotto, yep. Stephen, what took you the longest to learn in art? I mean, I don't feel I don't feel that I'm done learning any of it, so I don't really have an answer to that. It is all still in a continuous process. I've always struggled with like grace. I know that these are pretty advanced concepts, but you know, I've been doing this for a long time, so it's going to get advanced. I've always struggled with grace. I'm not a graceful artist by temperament. I tend to sort of conquer my pieces through brute force and application. I've never been a graceful artist. That's the thing I've had the longest learning curve with, and it's probably the bar that's at the lowest. You have any old drawings laying around? Not here. I should keep some saved on my computer for these occasions, but I mean, Med can tell you, I was truly bad. Truly bad at art. Not, you would not, I mean, if you saw my work at, not truly bad, you know, that's being too disparaging, but like, really just like, awkward, and it's just, you know, I was not a talent, you know. I don't know how else to put it, you know. It's like if you looked at my work at 18 or 19, you would not think, for example, that anybody would be interested in watching me draw on the internet. Like, you would not think that. I don't know. I like Stewart, Steven. There's just something I like about him. Seems like a trustworthy guy. Yeah. Steven, show them your Art Center entrance portfolio. I might have a flip through of it on my phone. Let me see if I can find it. Because I found it recently when I was reorganizing the apartment, but I don't remember when. When would that be? This might take too long to find. If it's not back in August, I don't know. I take a lot of pictures of my dog. Hold on, I gotta send that one to my wife. No, I don't know. I ain't got it. I gotta go looking for it later. Hey, Janosch, what's up? Or pictures of Fanny, yeah. So if Steven got good after taking courses, he probably knows how to make a course that would get you good. Something about form from imagination. That's right. I mean, that is why everybody agrees my courses are indubitably the best and produce noticeable artistic success. It's because I had to figure it all out for myself. None of it came naturally to me. It's not like I'm sort of trying to teach something that I always understood and I just got it and I'm just sort of like hand waving, like just do it. No, I sucked at all of this stuff and I had to construct a version of it that looked like I was always good at it, whole cloth from nothing. So I understand it very deeply, and that's why it's so damn good. I mean, not according to me, to everybody. It's just everybody agrees on that. So you should get it.
Come in. Oh.
Hello, Joseph, is it?
Hi, Dr. Zapata. Yes, Joseph. Joe. How are you?
I'm well. What seems to be the problem, Joe?
Well, I'm having difficulty drawing from imagination.
Oh, Joseph, just so you know, that's totally normal. Why don't you tell me a little more about your problem? Is it that you can only draw from imagination if you're completely alone?
Doc, I can't ever draw from imagination.
What about if you're completely relaxed?
When I'm totally relaxed, I can't imagine a thing.
I see. Joseph, it's important to know that even with severe cases like this, there's always hope. I can prescribe an experimental therapy called Form from Imagination.
Form from imagination?
Mm-hmm. It's early days, but clinical trials are extremely promising. Why don't you try this for 6 months and then check back in with me?
Okay, I'll do whatever it takes. Did you just draw this?
Oh yeah.
Wow, it's amazing. Hey, Doc, do you ever have trouble drawing from imagination?
Oh no.
You wouldn't. I mean, you do this.
That's right.
Wow.
Form from Imagination is an experimental therapy and is not yet approved for use by the FDA. Do not use Form from Imagination if you are already taking any prescriptions for drawing from reference, working side size, or tracing photos you didn't even take. Stop taking Form from Imagination if you experience any of these side effects: loss of interest in your personal projects, megalomaniacal self-confidence, hallucinations, unless they're the kind you're hoping for, drawing better than Steven Zapata, or feelings that purchasing the course was enough and you don't really need to do the exercises. Call your doctor if you have stiff gestures, flat forms, or boring ideas to address a possible life-threatening condition. Full sketchbooks have been reported with Form from Imagination and medicines like it. Other risks include long-term art careers, too many clients, and being worth more than you're charging for. Call your doctor today and ask about Form from Imagination. Look at this picture of my dog. Look at my little pup. Very unhappy about being in the shower. Damn, I can't believe my sister's dog died, man. What a bunch of crap. I hurled defiance towards the skies over that one. What a bunch of crap. Just ain't fair. I know, I gotta stop thinking about it. Such a bummer, though. I know, she's looking good in that photo, right? That's an old one. I bumped into that while I was looking for my entrance portfolio to Art Center. Petey, no, Petey's still alive. No, her 5-year-old golden retriever died of heat stroke yesterday. Ridiculous. I was really bummed. I'm still bummed. All right, how do I want to do this? I just want to draw this. So these guys, I have a story in mind, so I know their moods, you know? I know what I want to use them for, but I just want to draw Monk Steven. But I don't have a specific character in mind. Let's draw him kind of lecherous looking, just because that's funny for a monk. But I don't know where I would fit him into the story I have in mind. Yeah, I can't believe it. I mean, Petey actually outlived that 5-year-old retriever. Ridiculous. Just draw the pain away. You know, life's not fair. You know, life's not fair. Sometimes little doggies die. Oh, God. Fully sketched and inked characters in such a short time. Nice, man. Well, you know, business is business. Just getting it done. Okay, what is this? This is the third time this is happening. What with all of the buzzing? Does the Franciscan's robes go all the way to the ground? They do not. You can see their feet. Looks like 3 tassels, 3 knots. Steven, are you Spanish? I was born in the US, in New York, but my parents are from Colombia. They're from Bogota. So yes, I'm Spanish. My last name is a very common last name in Latin America. Who knows what my nose is going to become when I'm old. Stephen and Ahmed, you are previous Art Center teachers with courses on the internet. If you were to recreate Art Center on the cheap, who would you invite to teach the other subjects? Yeah, I'd agree with Med there. John Park would certainly be good for it. I don't know. I mean, the spirit of Art Center would just be to get whoever is the best at it right now to teach it. Otherwise, I would just, it's like that, if you really wanted to do it on the cheap, you would just follow that ethos. Whoever's the best at it right now, they teach it. If I wasn't going to follow that, I would just do what everybody does everywhere and hire my friends. Hi, puppy. Hi, puppy. Who's a good girl? Who's a good girl? Who's a good little pup? Who's got stinky breath? It's you, right? You were born stinky. You were born smart. You were born creative, intelligent, beautiful. You have excellent elocution. Your barks are perfectly enunciated. Yes, that's right. You're a good girl. You come here and you got to get your quick neck massage. Yes, you do. Who's a good pup? You're a very good girl. All right, go on, get out of here. I said go on, get out of here. No, she doesn't like getting... She thinks it's weird when I pick her up and show her my desk. She's like, I don't come up here. What's going on here? She don't need the bother. She's off already. I mean, if you guys don't do grotesque self-portraits of yourselves, you gotta try it. It's so fun. Great way to learn how to wring variety out of a face. Are you using Photoshop or AI for drawings? I use mostly Photoshop. I've been trying to avoid using artificial intelligences lately, just because I feel like, you know, they're pretty good, you know, but it's just like, it's a little bit like, you know, it's just, you know, like you're making them better, you know, you're making them better. So just lately, I mean, obviously I do all professional work, all client work, all everything that matters. I just do that with the press of a button using an AI. But right now I'm using Photoshop. I think he meant Adobe Illustrator. I don't think so. I don't think that's what he meant. I doubt that. Pretty sure he means artificial intelligences like Midjourney and DALL-E. Oh, fine. Don't fight the overlap. Just do the damn overlap. Gotta make sure that ear always pops off the silhouette, like Mickey Mouse. Just like Mickey Mouse, and for all the same intentions as Mickey Mouse. To make a cute, memorable design that kids like. Advice for starting YouTube? Stick to your guns. Don't, truly, if I could give any advice, it would be don't let yourself become known for doing something that you actually have no interest in doing, you know? It's like, don't do stuff for views, not with art, you know? If you have no interest in doing fan art, don't do fan art to get views. And then don't sit there frustrated when your audience is like, where's the fan art? And you're like, I don't want to do fan art. It's like, you screwed yourself. So just stick to your guns. Is it going to take longer? Yes. Are you going to have to subconsciously explain to people why there's any value in what you're offering? Yeah, maybe. But in the long run, it's better for you. Don't get known for something you don't have any interest in doing. How big are Franciscan monks' sleeves? Really not that big. They're loose, but they're not like huge wizard sleeves. They're kind of... They only open up a bit. Bye, Med. Thank you for the kind words. Talk to you soon, bud. Take care, my dear friend. Steven, do you still use Control CSP? I have used it. I've tried it a bunch. Like after I did that CSP video, I have kept using it. It's an excellent program. But I still draw in Photoshop mostly just because of the comfort level. Just because I've been drawing in Photoshop since I was like 13 or something like that. But I have to say, I think Clip is probably the better program for people who draw, you know? And I'm comfortable with Photoshop just after the years of brute force learning it. But I know a bunch of stuff, and a lot of that is just knowing how to handle stuff in Photoshop that you just have no need for in drawing. So I would recommend Clip before Photoshop for most people starting out. I know stuff that I want to do or stuff I want to try that I know I will do it in Clip instead of Photoshop. Like I know if I want to do like little animations, I'll do those in Clip. I know if I wanted to make a little graphic novel of Drawing Ascendant, I would do it in a Clip, not in Photoshop. How long have you been drawing? My whole life. I mean, since I was just a wee boy. Just a tiny little boy. But I've been drawing my whole life for as long as I can remember. I don't remember a time pre-drawing, you know. As far as I know, I've been drawing since I was 3, you know. But when I answer that question, I tend to look at like I'm sure I've been drawing since I was 3 or whatever, and basically continuously, and I had sketchbooks and things like that where I was specifically like, this is the book I've drawn. But when people ask me how long have you been drawing, I don't say 30 years. I tend to say 16 because for sake of like giving people realistic expectations and stuff like that, I feel I like to start measuring at when I started focusing on improving, which was around when I was 14 years old or something like that. I remember that being when I, it's not like I didn't think about getting better before that, but there was no structure to it. By the time I was 14, I was like, I have memories of copying anatomical diagrams of skeletons and things like that, specifically trying to get better. I didn't know the best resources. I didn't come to have all of the knowledge that I have now, and I was copying and learning from things that I wouldn't copy and learn from those things now. But I was beginning to be improvement focused at that time. So that's why when people ask that, I tend to say 16-ish years. But the truth is that I've always been drawing, if you look at it in a more broad sense. How old are you now? Does it matter? Do you want to use my age as some sort of benchmark? Will it give you some sense of relief if you're not as good as me, but you're younger than me, so that makes it okay? You have no idea the trouble that you're in for. You want it to all be so neat, so simple, everything numbers, such and such on the calendar. My friend, drawing will humble you. I'm 32 years old. I'm 32 years old. See if there's any, let me just check real quick if there's any major design features of a monk that I'm missing here. Is there any like specific cuts on their robes or anything? Guess I could drape a rosary. I mean, come on, all in or all out. Some of them have like a little, seems to be like a definitive fold, like a double fold. Run these two lines that run parallel to the center line, but I can't tell if that's actually sewn in because others don't have it, or it's sort of the way they drape. No, there's a lot of them that don't have it. I think there's just really nothing there. It's very aesthetic. And just old up these hands a bit. God, I love drawing hands. Hands are so fun. I like how you saw through that question because that's exactly what people feel like, including myself sometimes. Yeah, well, I saw through it because I've been that guy. I used to do that too, of course. So I could see through it. This ain't my first rodeo. But you gotta avoid stuff like that because it's just setting you up for pain later in life. It's just like, you know, what if you don't stick to it? And then you become 32 and you look back at the drawings I did when I was 32 and you're like, shit, I'm still miles away. It's like, doesn't matter. Just keep drawing. Just pick up wherever you are at in your life. You know, you're just setting yourself up for pain later, like that. And I can promise you, if you do it that way, it will be pain. Because good luck ever even getting here. Right? You see it. Look at that. Look how good this is. I mean. And I'm like depressed today. I'm like, if you felt 1/5 the way that I feel today, you'd be like, nah, I can't draw. Nah. So why don't you save yourself a little pain down the road and not worry about how old I am? Any advice for character concepts? Always work to a story. Always have an actual goal in mind. Don't just do like random stuff. You need to, it can be pretty loosey-goosey, right? Like what I'm doing here is really loosey-goosey. It's not like I wrote the script, you know, I have an idea in my head for what would happen in the course of this story, and I haven't done any mood boards, no research, you know, I'm within a realm that I've done a lot of prior research in, just medieval fantasy and things like that. But if I was just drawing randomly, just, you know, random characters, I just wouldn't, it's unlikely that I would get it like the two laughing, bumbling guards where they play off of each other, you know, one's long, tall, and skinny, the other one's shorter and rounder, and they sort of have this chummy attitude. It's unlikely I would ever draw the brooding king with a lot of pressure on him, you know, heavy sits the crown that wears the head. It's unlikely that I would ever draw the conniving, backstabbing steward who does all of the king's bidding. It's unlikely that I would draw the lecherous monk. You know, it's like you need the story to drag variety out of you and to make you stretch and to make you expand. So there's really only so far you can go without working to a story. Doesn't need to be pre-made, doesn't need to be super tight, but that needs to, you gotta, sorry. Oh shit. I forgot I have to move my car. I live in New York City. I have to play the parking dance. I'll be all right. I'll be all right for a bit. I'm having fun drawing. I don't want to close the stream just to go move my car. What was I saying? Yeah, you need a story to pull the variety out of you and to make you expand your range. If you are taking form from imagination, you can hear a more detailed explanation of the exercise that I think is best for that in the video TV Heads exercise. That gives my detailed explanation of why I think that's important and a good way to start with it. Same for me, man. These LA streets, yeah, man. The parking dance is real. What do you drive? An old Corolla. Nothing fancy. Not really a car guy. And I have in the current area that I live, I have no interest in having a nice car. It's just going to get beat up. I had a nicer car when I moved here and I got rid of it immediately. I was like, I'm only moving one car for parking every other day, and and it's going to be the one that I care less about. Why are you using a glove? I've recently bought and I'm having problems with it. It's just to make your hands slide smoother over the Cintiq. I actually don't really use it for that. I just have very oily skin, so I use the glove just to keep my hand oils off the screen. Otherwise, eventually, I just find myself like constantly trying to wipe it out of the way. But most people use it because it makes their hand glide better over the glass. Let's see how long I can stream before I'm like before my paranoia that all the spots are going to be taken becomes too strong, because I live in a very brutal area for parking. If you're not on top of it, it can be a problem. Any tips for surviving in New York City? Get used to small space. Try not to have a car. And be willing to be rude in confrontations. Is there a best alternative for a 24 Pro? Is there one? I recommend, if you don't need, I like to recommend the iPad Pro. I mean, if you don't need to like do huge files, if you're just trying to like draw, if you don't need to make huge files with tons of layers and you're not sharing files with other professionals where you all need to be able to open the same stuff, I think the iPad Pro is best for most people. What do you think about Dave Raposa art? He's great. Dave's an old dog at this point, huh? I mean, he's been around since, he's been like around and known since like the beginning of the old conceptart.org days. Just trying to make myself look myself, you know what I mean. Just trying to make this character who is me look more old and weathered. Have you ever used Procreate? I use Procreate all the time. There's been long periods where I've done like all my professional work in Procreate, because a lot of my, there's been periods where a lot of my pro work has been line drawings. And yeah, there's been long patches where just all of my pro work is just all Procreate. All done in Procreate. Start to finish a lot of the time. Ship it from there. Draw it in there and ship it from there. You can't always do that because sometimes you need to do more intense file management and stuff like that, but that was nice. That was easy when I could just do it all in Procreate. Steven, what's your thoughts on the Riley method? I've explored it. I tried it back in the day. I mean, it's a fun thing to, almost all methods like that are, they're fun to experiment with. and they do teach you something, but it's just like, you don't need to do it forever. Just do it for a while you kind of learn what the base principle of it is, and then move on. And just, you always need to return to drawing freely. That's the number one most important thing. You must draw freely. You must draw freely. Hello, doggus. I fed you, right? I did feed. Oh, it's your Coogie time. Time flies when you're on a stream. Let me give her a Coogie. All right, get to doing your routine. Sit. Sit. Go on, sit now. Sit. Down. Spin. Absolutely. But we kept our indie cred for the whole 9 yards. Oh, I hear you, brave young Jables, you are hungry for the rock. But to learn the ancient method, secret doors you must unlock. Escape your father's clutches in this oppressive neighborhood. On a journey you must go to find the land of Hollywood. In the city of fallen angels, where the ocean meets the sand, you will form a strong alliance and the world's most awesome band. You know, if I hatch this close to his hand, I probably need to hatch his hand as well. And that's maybe getting a little out of scope for these little sketches, but it is fun to do. You must face your inner demons. Now go, my son, and rock. I just love to create form. It's just so fun. What do you think about David Finch's hatching method? I mean, it's great. I learned a lot from practicing it years and years ago when he had like his first Gnomon DVD out. This was back in like 2007 or 2008, something like that. Very long time ago. Yeah, I remember learning a lot from using that method for a while. it was never going to be the end all be all for me because I'm not really a comic book guy. I wasn't interested in making like comic book style art. Like Dave's hatching method, it's sort of, he's turned it into its own thing now, right? It looks, it's so good that the drawings are good on their own, right? They work completely on their own, but you can tell they're very influenced by the needs of what the inker needs in comic books. So, you know, just getting like really defined, unambiguous shadow shapes, and even leaving he's even telling them exactly like leave these hatch marks here, right? Like when he does his shapes, he actually draws the hatch teeth so that the inker will try to make basically that exact shape when he inks it with a brush or with a pen. So it's really influenced by that, and it's beautiful. It's just, it was never going to be everything for me because I wasn't influenced by the same things. I didn't have anybody inking my stuff, and I just wanted I wanted to have the option to control going soft and having smooth form and blending things and rendering things out even further. But that level of solidity is definitely something that you want to grapple with, you know. I can definitely feel the paranoia about my parking spot creeping in. Gooch Canoe. What's up, Gooch Canoe? It's been a bit. How you doing? Look, sometimes you just gotta put on your sunglasses and climb inside the Gooch Canoe. Gooch Canoe, having fun in the Gooch Canoe, looking good at the beach on the lake in my Gooch Canoe, looking good, scoping me out, they jealous, looking at me, they see me go by and they say, where to get that Gooch Canoe, where to get that Gooch Canoe, well, I ain't gonna tell you. That's for me to know and for you to find out. Goodbye, gotta roll in my Gooch Canoe. Thanks, Gooch Canoe. Very kind $5 from Gooch Canoe. What can I say? I earned it. Oh man, Stephen the Bard. Crap. I hadn't thought about that. There should probably be a bard in this episode, right? Crap. If it's medieval themed? Damn it. Probably got to do a bard. Okay, a bard Stephen would not be one to be rushed. So I'm not sure I would do that now at the tail end here. We'll see. If I get over the car thing and I go much further, maybe I'll design it, but it's probably got to happen. I just got to write. I got to write out what I actually think will happen here. Your singing voice gives me Freddie Mercury vibes for some reason. Easy now. Easy now. My ego can only be so big, all right? Don't lie, your ego is limitless. I've seen your TikToks. All right. All right. You may have a point. You may have a point. Man, I got to do some TikToks. I've been so busy with You Get the Course that I haven't really had time for anything but keeping up my personal drawing practice, streaming, doing feedback for You Get the Course. Oops. Have you seen Marko Djurdjevic's new YouTube and ArtStation accounts? Yes. Was he have a new ArtStation? I mean, Six More Vodka has had an ArtStation for a long time. But yeah, I've seen his YouTube. Wherever Marko goes, I'll follow. He was a very big inspiration for me when I was young. I mean, still an inspiration. Still an inspiration, not just when I was young. It's just like I hold a really special place in my heart for him and Wes's pencil drawings, which I don't know if they still do them. I'm sure they probably do, but they don't really share them anymore if they still do them. And that was really the sweet spot for me. That was that like triggers my nostalgia nerves, and is like really what affected me the most. Really I don't know what kind of art I'd be doing these days if I'd never seen Marko and Wes's pencil drawings back in the day. I think probably they moved on, but I never quite got over it, you know? Ain't that how it goes? Nice variety of emotions on this page, I think. You know, I don't think I hit the same note twice anywhere. Good spread, good variety. Thank you, Steven. I finally have a better grasp on textures. Overthinking as usual. Classic. Classic. Happy to help. I don't think I see Form for Imagination on your Gumroad. It is not on my Gumroad. It's too big for that. It's in its own platform, so that's all organized. Click the link in the description. Formfromimagination.com. Formfromimagination.com. Do you still like your big old color triangle there when you're doing black and white? Yeah, I mean, I don't care. That's fine. Your TikTok is fire because it makes me angry draw. Good. You know, I try to provide all emotional levels of motivation. I got to meet Marco at the first CA meetup in Austin. Guy's amazing. Les was there too, and Coro. I bet they are. I've never met him. I've never met them, any of them. I've talked to Coro a little bit online, but that's it. You get the course. The truth is that you get the course. Let's see, what could I do? I think I'd need to do a bit of research to do a good bard, because I'd want to pick like a... Again, we're doing a character here that is not at all part of the story that I had in mind, so we're scoping out. But I'd want to pick like a good lute. Could do them a couple different ways. Gotta do slash sleeves on the doublet for the bard. Guess it depends how pretentious and arrogant you want him to be, which if he has my DNA in him, it's going to be pretty pretentious and arrogant. Can you show us the mood board? No mood board for this. I mean, I've just drawn a lot of medieval stuff, so I can wing most of it out of my head. Well, a lot of it out of my head. It's not like it'll be accurate, but I don't feel like lost. It's not like uncomfortable to draw. If I wanted to pin down a lot of details and things like that, I would go make a mood board or a reference board or a style board. No idea what a lute actually looks like. Let's do a pose like that. Let's look for something else too. Steven, have you ever read Anatomy for Sculptors? What do you think of it? Well, read it, not read it. I own it. I bought a copy. It's quite good. I don't use it all that much, but it's an excellent reference. Excellent reference. Seems good to me. I'm pretty selective about what I would say is excellent anatomical reference, you know. I've investigated most of it. See if we can do a different mood for a bard. Sort of going the opposite way. Maybe this one would be less confident, maybe a more obsequious, happy to be there type. Again, this is why it's hard without a story, because you don't know exactly what role this guy would need to fulfill, you know? Is he going to make fun of somebody? Is he that kind of a bard? Is he a consummate professional? You know, is he just trying to do his job and keep his contract? These sorts of questions would really determine everything. The kinds of clothes he wears, his body posture. That's why you gotta have a story in mind. I'll think about it as I go through my day. Does he sing raunchy songs, respectful songs, sad songs? And who are you? the proud Lord said that I must bow so low. Only a cat of a different coat, that's all the truth I know. A coat of gold, a coat of red, a lion still has claws, and mine are long and sharp, my lord, as long and sharp as yours. And so we spoke, and so we spoke, that Lord of Castamere. And now the rain weep o'er his hall, and not a soul to hear. Yes, now the rain weep o'er his hall, and not a soul to hear. Guys, it might be a trendy question, but I'd like to know your opinions on AI ending art jobs. How likely do you see this scenario and time frame? I just broke into the industry last year. It's going to change them. Who knows if it'll end them. It's a black swan. Anything could happen. Bye, Arctic Monkey. Partho says, are you self-employed or have a job or something? Self-employed, I guess is what you would say now. I have found myself running my own little business here now. Yeah, if I just knew what I would want a bard to do in this story, I'd be able to crack them open like a walnut. Tools are a cool concept. They're an extension and stronger version of anatomical parts. For example, a knife is a better version of teeth, and a lever hinge could be like an arm, all done by the intellect brain. However, we're making the artificial brain, which will make future tools as well. It borders the line for me on this. Yeah. I'm pretty. I don't want to go too far down the rabbit hole on AI because it almost feels like the wrong context for me to spit it out all willy-nilly on the internet, because my viewpoint can be especially damaging because I work in the industries and I'm not like, it's like oh man, how to put it? You know, I know what it's really like to work, and I know what art directors and companies want. So I have a more, let's say, it's hard to say that I don't have a more informed viewpoint on where AI might fit in and stuff like that. And that doesn't necessarily align with what someone who's coming in or new wants or is looking for. And yeah, I just think I need to be very cautious about just sort of going off about that. I think my ranting there could be more damaging than another person's, and just I need to be more careful about that, I think. Is that loud? Here I am, I'm talking. Up. Is my audio loud enough? I think so. I knocked my my sound deck by accident. I'll say this. I consider, in the pulled back view, I believe my viewpoint on AI is optimistic, right? So I think I do hold a radically optimistic viewpoint on AI, because I believe, I believe 13-year-olds will make berserk. Like, I think because I think that's true, you couldn't really say I don't have an optimistic viewpoint, right? Because a real pessimistic viewpoint is that it doesn't work and it won't help anybody. So in the big picture, I think I have a very optimistic viewpoint of AI for industries and for the job market. I think I land on pretty pessimistic. I mean, the job market is already bad. Like the industries in art are already, it's not like okay, I got to be careful here. Again, from my viewpoint, it's not like we're looking at this as like we're in a golden age for the art industries and AI is going to undo that. I don't see it that way. I think the art industries are down. I think that they're wheezing. They're on they're struggling, and AI is hitting us now. So for the problems that artists have, that is to say their society doesn't accept them, nobody understands what you do, you don't get paid enough, and the companies don't really care about you and think about you as replaceable and utterly replaceable. And honestly, they just resent you. They resent the fact that all of everybody else's thought and effort, the people in the meetings, the people who the project managers, the people who have the ideas, that it all has to at some point go through you. It's like they kind of resent that. It's like that's a single point of failure. No company likes that. So I think for all of the problems that artists already have, I don't see the AIs helping with that. If I look at my list of what's hurting artists these days, it seems like the AIs make those things worse. But again, it's a black swan. Nobody knows. I mean, you couldn't possibly predict. This might be the most important thing that's ever happened. How are you going to predict that? You know? A really powerful processing, pattern recognizing, and copycat machine does not a sentient being make. I know, Samuel. I mean, again, that's why I say I really don't think... I think my viewpoint is not the best one to gauge off of here, because... I mean, when you work... Sure, a lot of situations comes up where it really seems your boss sure wishes you weren't sentient. Like, there's a lot of situations where your boss wishes you were a processing, pattern recognizing copycat machine, and that you, with all of your ideas, would shut up. Because the artists are not the ones who have the ideas. The artists happen in the boardroom before you ever even... The ideas happen in the boardroom before you ever even get the prompt. So shut up, right? Again, it's... We've had different experiences. We've had different life experiences. And you know, yeah. You just got to go through your own arc. You're going to... Because these things are unpredictable and there's no real data to go off, it's like... You're going to believe what your life has conditioned you to believe about these things, you know? If I could give any advice to people who are like going into it now, I would say get a good job. Don't get a mediocre job. Don't settle for a mediocre job. Get a good job if you're going to go into art. But what do I know? I've just been working in this industry for a decade. I'm doing a very low bowing bard, Stephen. I'm just happy to be here. Thank you, Graphite9. You've been wonderful. Redesign this feather so that it emphasizes the sweep of the bow. What does the back of my head look like? I have no idea. You won't find the distinct, subtle expressiveness of your hand if you're having a robot do it for you. Oh, hopefully. Those arguments, I don't trust those arguments. Like, it'll never look the way, you know, wow, it's so profound. Like, how could it ever get the little turn of something that this artist got in the you sure? Worry about that. I've been nothing but surprised by these things, so we'll see. Look, man. There is no good reason to draw in the world. You should absolutely do it anyway. We've got to separate the art of drawing from the incentives that are around it. That's my personal opinion. I mean, look at my, look at my webpage for Form from Imagination. I don't tell you take this course so you can be a professional illustrator or concept artist or anything like that. Maybe that says something about my opinion on all of these things. I don't say that on there, you know? I say take the course if you want to be good at this, and just like, it's open-ended. It's like you want to be good at it for its own sake. You know, you decide why you want to be good at this thing. But yeah, I don't know. Just for me, I'm not gonna, not gonna push stuff I don't believe personally. I just say it's relevant for whatever you want to draw, and it's up to you what you want to do with it. Will people always love a drawing made by hand? Will people always think it's great that someone is virtuosic, that they have great control over a talent? Absolutely. That's why I spend a huge amount of time doing it live on the internet. I've got my own personal predictions, but I'm not so arrogant as to be convinced that I'm absolutely right, you know? I'm gonna follow my guts. I do have my own predictions, but I actually really like that sketch. That's a cool way to show a bard. It came out pretty cool. Easy solution, transhumanism. Upload your mind into a machine and become the AI that makes art. Now you can art forever. Might be the best way. Most sustainable. Never underestimate humanity's ability to value human work just because a human made it. Might be the saving grace one day. Yeah. We'll see. I know a lot of really good artists who don't even as it stands, people ain't valuing it enough. You know, they don't get to do it for a living, even though they're very good. You know, they just makes sense. I broke into the industry recently, but I'm going to move to study oils in short time because I love it. Jobs might fade, which I fear, but I'll keep doing art as philosophy. Yeah, we gotta separate it from the incentives, is my opinion. There'll be new incentives, different things will come up, but drawing can't be about that. You know, that's why my YouTube channel is not a channel about the industry that I work in, right? Like, how much of what's on my YouTube is like, unless someone directly asks me, like, I just say I'm designing or whatever, like, and that's about as far as I go. I don't really go off about like, oh, here's the jobs I've worked on, here's the gigs that I've done. It's like, you know, it's about the spirituality of it for me. It's about the separation from incentives for me. It's about what drawing offers as a part of your life. Not, you know, the jobs are something that gets brought up all the time, but you know, I would basically never talk about them if no one asked. I really don't on the YouTube. It's gotta separate them. Yeah, and it just, I don't know. Drawing raccoons with guns for money just doesn't seem like a job that could exist forever. Things will change. Everything changes. Okay, that's definitely my Bard Steven for now. I like that pose. So let me get rid of these guys. It's always good to fish around for a nice pose for something that you actually like, instead of something that's like, oh, ho-hum. They all seem to be generally to scale, so let me just make him slightly smaller so he feels about the same size as everyone else. Oh man, I forgot about my parking. I completely forgot. Oh boy, I might be in trouble. I do think it's a good thing that AI has somewhat forced us to question why exactly we do this. I feel some need to self-evaluate that, including myself. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yeah, just to react in general to a few comments like from Nick and Joe. Yes, I mean, obviously, no robot, no AI replaces the artistic joy of making art, which is my point entirely. But it's not really what people are asking about. People, we have to acknowledge that, I don't know, at least for me, I consider the fact that I consider myself extremely lucky that I have manufactured reasons and a structure to draw whatever I want for the sheer joy of it, right? But that wasn't like free, right? I had to make a YouTube channel. I had to embroider it with all of these other things. I had to make streaming something that put me out there and things like that. If I hadn't done those things, which took a huge amount of effort, there would be constant pressure in the other direction. I would still draw just for myself, only for joy, because I'm a freak and I insist on it, right? But I have to admit, there would be nothing but pressure in the other direction, right? Pressure for money, pressure from family, pressure to feel like I'm being productive with my time. It's few and far in between the artists who can, with no supporting structure, simply, as Joe said, dip their fingers in the clay and do it. I think Joe, for example, is in a lucky position and one of the rare ones. Most artists, considering how difficult art is to do, especially young ones who don't have a job or a life structure around them, feel like there needs to be a reason. There's got to be some incentive. There needs to be, and that produces many of the problems that we grapple with on this channel all the time, like feeling like you're supposed to be good, chasing clout, chasing likes, dreaming of an art career and things like that. It is not the norm that people draw happily and relaxed. Most artists are drawing two incentives, either good ones or bad ones, well thought out ones or ill-conceived ones. So the question about AI for me, it's like, I'm not even sitting here to have a discussion about whether you should do art for yourself, for its own sake. That is so obvious, it's beneath my notice. And I have a whole YouTube channel basically excoriating people for missing that, for thinking that, for not prioritizing that in their lives. The AI question, I believe, is specifically an industry question. And the industries are important in the sense that they incentivize people to make art and to draw. And the question that, well, people will do it even without incentives. It's like, I don't know. Do you know anybody who still puts complex mosaics on musical instruments like they did on the Renaissance because they were worth, a small fortune? Anyone who still does that? Like the incentives do decide what gets done. And many art forms have died. And I think the it's not a tragedy, but the small sadness there is that we don't even know the ones that have died, right? Like we're not even aware of the art forms that have disappeared from lack of incentivization. And I work for drawing. I love drawing. I love it like a friend. And I worry for my friend. I do. I do. Wearing these shiny latex looking boots is definitely bard behavior. Is this for the continuation of Drawing Ascendant, The Eternal Chronicles of Stephen Zapata, Lasting Legacy 1, Epic 1? Yes. There's a lot of continuations in my mind. This is just a concept sheet for characters for one idea that I had about a week ago. I'm toying with a lot of stuff. No spoilers. Easy, Nick, easy. Do you journal at all or recommend journaling for artists? I don't really do it these days, but I've done it in the past. I do recommend it. If you've never tried it, I think it's very useful to just write down your thoughts about art. I did it for years and years. I do recommend it in various places on the YouTube channel. I do always return to it if I ever encounter a problem that really vexes me. But just right now, these days, I'm not doing it. But yeah, writing's great. Is that a jester? Bard. Bard, Steven. Fun. Real fun. Oh yeah, so much fun. Oh yeah, so much fun drawing, huh? Any tips on drawing gestures from imagination? My poses are looking stiff, not finding the equilibrium between the limbs. Specifically about gestures, I mean, you really just need to look at a lot of, be very observant of poses as you see them in the world. Whether you're looking at photographs or just people walking around in real life, just be patient with yourself and observe a lot and sketch often. There is no... That's such a vast topic. There's nothing quick that could be said about that, I don't think. But despair not. You will get better. Make sure that your... Here's something quick I can say. Make sure that your gestures have intention. That it's not just like gesture for the sake of gesture. Like, you tend to learn gesture better if there's a reason for the gestures. If it's like, he's supposed to look subservient. He's supposed to look lecherous. He's supposed to look uptight. Mind you, a lot of people think a pose like this is like, there's no gesture in this pose. Like, it needs to do this. It's like, that's a very closed-minded way to think about gesture. Gesture is not better for the sake of being like that. It's like his gesture being straight up and down and right down the barrel and looking down his chest at you is a good gesture for his character. And that's all that matters. It's not about being it's not about it being curved for its own sake or something like that. It's should be done with intention. It's about whether a gesture actually communicates what is needed for the job or not. I think I'm feeling pretty good about that spread there. Good variety in characters here. Not bad for only 3-ish hours of work. You know, it presents a variety, you know, inhabitants a world. I don't want to start a new one, so maybe I'll just go back and do some hatchy fun on the king, or maybe these guys on their faces, because that was fun to do, that hatchy. Came back from lunch and Bard Steven is looking good. Thanks. I like that I hunted for that pose. I think it's, who knows if it's right for that character, because I don't have a particular story point in mind for him, but I think just in abstract on its own, that's better than the where'd my other ones go? I think in abstract, the bowing pose is more interesting than that one or this one, which are a little bit more regular. Hi, I've started drawing in February. I'm 19 and I've been studying CG and graphic design, but feel like I have to learn how to draw. Could you point me out on things I got to grasp in order to achieve results? It's a very big question. If you really just started back in February and you're feeling like an urgency to get better at drawing, it's a huge topic. So what I would say is the most important thing is you need to actually decide for yourself what's relevant, because drawing is infinite. You can, and if you ask 100 different artists what the 100 most essential things to learn are, they'd all have different lists. So you need to, step number one is you need to decide for yourself what's actually appropriate for your goals, for like what you want to do with this thing, you know, not little goals, like big aims, you know, like, do you want to be someone who draws a lot? Do you want to be someone who ships a lot of product? Do you want to be someone who makes their own story? Do you want to be someone who does a graphic design job or something like that? Like, if that feels confusing, think on that first and then use that to decide what parts of drawing are actually relevant to you. I want to draw creatures and characters. Oh man, if you're young and that's what you want to do, just, it's so hard to give general advice because it's like, I don't know you, you know, and I don't know your life or your temperament or anything like that. I think for someone who's young and wants to do those goals, learn how light works. And then just draw from, learn how light works. Okay, first off, never stop drawing creatures and characters. If that's what you want to do, don't get distracted and take a year off to go do other things or other studies, whatever, you know, point me out the things I got to grasp in order to achieve results. don't go try to grasp the stuff at the cost of doing the creatures and characters. So priority number one, always be drawing creatures and characters. Don't debate me on that. Don't say, oh, it's different for me. No, you're messing up if you ever stop doing it, because the proof is in the pudding. You're either doing creatures or characters or not, and there's not as much cross-pollination amongst the arts as people like to think. So you need to always be doing it. Then learn how light works, and then draw a lot from life. You're young, so just draw your friends, draw your family, draw your dog, draw from photographs. Step number one is you've been looking at the world your whole life, and you have no idea what it looks like. I promise you. You have no idea. You've gone your whole life looking at concepts, looking at constructs, and you've probably never seen the world for what it is for even a moment. So you need to become extremely familiar with the shapes of light and shadow and intersection and contour that actually produce the scintillating panoply of visual phenomena. You do that by looking at life incessantly for hours and hours and hours. So you need to do that. Thanks for the suggestions. This is extremely valuable. No problem. No, I can't say your name. Yeah, go visit the zoo. Wesley LaFleur says, I feel like within the purview of representational art, the only true fundamentals are light, including color, and form, since they are sort of the basis of our visual experience. I get where you're coming from. Steven, any advice on how to stick with an art goal? I find it frequently frustrating that I keep flip-flopping. It feels like art is not for me. The grittiness stuff, the like how do I stick to things stuff is really difficult to give a stranger advice on. So I would definitely take anything I or anyone else say with a grain of salt. Nick says, don't forget your car. Yeah, thank you. I'm pushing it now. I keep forgetting about it because drawing's too fun. I guess what I would, maybe the most useful thing I could say here is the fact that you're jumping, that you're flip-flopping from goal to goal does not mean that art is not for you. So many artists suffer from that. I suffer from that. It's one of the most common things in art, and many people are successful even though they have that. I would say most artists, since most artists don't escape that, I would say most successful artists are successful in spite of that. So don't worry about it too much. It's hard. It's hard to stick to your goals and things like that. Just push through. Just remember, every time you don't quit, you're entering ever more rarefied company because everybody else will quit. That feeling that you have that because this hurts, maybe art is not for me, you're not special, and everybody else who's trying to make it as an artist is feeling that the exact same way. So if you accept that and you understand that, if you just push through, half the people at your particular milestone, half the people will quit, whereas you didn't. And the field thins. I still use that. I think about that all the time because I've been doing this for a long time, and there's still at least a day a month where I'm like, what was I thinking? I should quit. This is stupid. Why am I doing this? And on those days, that's what I tell myself to calm myself down. I literally just say to myself, right, but if I just push through that one more time, I get to go into rarer company, just only getting the skills that come from that level of perseverance, the exposure that comes from that level of perseverance, the experience, the wisdom that comes from that level of experience. There's every reason to push through. Jesse says, your work and advice is amazing and so inspirational. Let's see more of your life drawings. Thank you, Jesse. I share them on like Instagram and stuff like that. I tend not to do them on stream. I have a few YouTube videos where I draw from photos and things like that. All right, now I'm getting hungry and I'm late to move my car. So I think I'm going to leave it here. So let's just hang out for a bit and I'll answer any last questions or anything like that. Every time you don't quit, you enter more rarefied company. I'll honestly never forget that. It works for me. I mean, I think about that constantly. It's honestly, that one thought has more reliably gotten me through rough patches than just about, I can't think of another, really. That one thought. You know, I've had down and out moments where, you know, everything in my life is, and I mean everything, or at least it felt that way. It feels that way when you're in it. I've had moments where everything in my life feels like, stop. You know, you're not just wasting your time, Steven, but you're hurting yourself. You're not just hurting yourself, but you're hurting others, you know, with this stupid pursuit. You're hurting your family. You're hurting your wife. Like, you could be helping them so much more by doing something else, anything else, you know. I just, days where it's as dark as it could be. And a rational mind just crashes against a perfect wall of like, you have nothing but incentives to quit. And you have no incentives to continue. And just that one thought. Just that one thought, and raw, stubborn-headed, just like, you've got to be interested in that, right? You've got to be interested, at least a little bit, in being in that more rarefied company, but it works. It works. It's gotten me through more bad days than just about anything else. Wesley said, I had an experience with my father recently where I realized he thought photographs were perfect representations of real life. I had him take a digital picture of a sunset. He was shocked to see the difference looking back and forth. How common do you think that false impression is? As common as it gets. I mean, people don't... Only artists get that. Only artists get that. Most people don't understand that cameras expose or change anything. That's part of the reason that I'm a little pessimistic about the AI stuff. It's like, people already think if you do digital paintings that the computer did it, right? Only artists, art directors, people in creative industries, only they understand that they're really the only people, and not even all of them understand, that there is something analogous to painting when you do digital painting. A normal person a lay person has no idea what the hell you're talking about. And they already think you press a button and it's done. So when it's in the news that everyone can press a button and it's done, it's just like, artists are already ostracized and it's already impossible to explain what you do to people who have no interest in it already. But it's like, once that hits, like, it's just us, baby. Like, we're going to need each other more than ever. We're going to be completely irrelevant to the world. We're going to be completely irrelevant to the world. Yeah. Sorry, I got off on a tangent there. Yeah, it's the most common thing in the world. I mean, nobody cares. Unless you are interested in drawing and making art, which makes you interested in why the world looks the way it does. Most people don't even understand that they are experiencing shapes of light and color, and that's what represents the world. Nobody's thinking about that stuff. People are thinking about their 401ks and how the other guy at work gets paid more than them for the same job. That's 99% of people's thinking. Steven, how long have you been drawing for? Like, when did you started taking art seriously? Yeah, I started taking art seriously, focusing on improvement when I was like 14 years old, something like that. But I've been drawing, just, you know, happily sketching for my whole life. Should I put most of my time in graphite, charcoal, and paper rather than digital as a student? It's up to you, man. I mean, I don't know you well enough to give a prescription for something like that. And I would be very cautious about anyone who would deign to give you a prescription for that when they don't know you. I would be very cautious about that. Because I know what it's like to be a young student. Maybe you respect me, maybe you admire my skills. I could just wing out like, yeah, you should spend more of your time on graphite. And you'll do it. You'll spend a year doing that, and then someone else will have to snap you out of it, and you'll be like, oh, I really should have been doing digital. Digital's right for me. So I'm not going to pretend to have a good answer to that for you when I don't know you. I don't know your practice. I don't know your work. And I would advise you to be extremely careful about anyone else that you ask who thinks they can tell you what to do when they don't know you. I don't think that's a good idea. Steven, what was the size of the brush you were using for the hatching of the king, roughly? Tiny. Absolutely tiny. I don't know. I could guess. I just made it very small. Let's see what I was using. That feels about right. So it's at literally a 1. I was using a 1. But that's just dependent on the size of your canvas. You know, I was just using anything small because I'm used to working with a small tip. It's more like press buttons for 8 to 10 hours, but they just don't know. Yeah. Wesley says, honestly, I hadn't thought of the optics of AI-driven art generation. That's dark. Yeah. I have. It's a little dark. I mean, I'm pretty good. And like my family and stuff like that, they know I'm good, you know? They've seen me be successful. They know it's like, oh, Steven made it work as an artist. They have no idea what I do, right? It's just like, they have no idea. You know, it's already unrelatable. The people already don't understand it. That's only going to get worse and worse. But it's like, you know, my father-in-law drives a crane. I don't know anything about driving a crane, you know. We're in the same position as everybody else. So I never assume that people have even the faintest idea about art or how art is made or anything like that. I learned that when I wanted to become a commercial designer. And I couldn't find anyone in the world who understood. There was no one in my life directly who understood that things in movies get designed, right? I would tell them, like, I want to become a designer so I can design stuff for movies. They'd be like, I'd be like, yeah, I mean, everything in a movie needs to be designed. They're like, what? It's like, people just think movies look that way because they have to look that way. No one even invests a moment of thought into how things are produced or how things are made, and they have the faintest of notions. I promise you that. Just wanted to say today I felt horrible. I am looking at a portrait study I'm doing and hating it, and I think your stream is the one thing that kept me going. Thank you for this. My pleasure. I'm happy to be your drawing companion on this wonderful day. Just wanted to thank you a lot for the artist pep talk you give. I've been drawing for a year, and you helped me a lot with the mental angst of being an artist. I improved a lot. Bloody one, it is an honor. It is an honor to have contributed. I like to think I make art for the joy of other artists, just as I enjoy their work. I like to think they enjoy mine. Let the people have their AI. We have each other. Yeah. I mean, I like this. I'm good here. You know, this is if I can maintain this, I'm fine. You know, I don't have go fever, you know, and I don't really have career fever. I try to be really aware of, like, do I actually like what I'm doing? Like, am I Am I enjoying my life as good as I have it? Because I know I have it good. Am I enjoying it appropriately? You know, or am I getting distracted thinking about the future, the things that I do or do not have? It's like, I don't have a lot of fever. It's just like, I feel like I'm in the very lucky position, the rare position of feeling like I'm exactly where I need to be, baby. You know, I'm really not casting myself out into the future. I'm really not. Traditional art is just us smearing dirt on a surface until our brains poop out and see things that aren't there. Yep. AIs won't get far. Imagine the conversation of a client explaining to you what they want. Now imagine someone using a program instead. We'll see. We'll see. It's a black swan. You can know. I have to say, I've had plenty of conversations with clients where, as clear as they're trying to be, I'm like, you know, first time speaking English? What's happening here? I have no idea what you're talking about. They might get a better result in those situations from typing it into a robot. YOLO says, hey, Steve, good to see you're more active again. Good vibes. I'm happy to be around. Happy to be around. I was in the hole for a while making my course. You know, I needed my full time. But now I get to draw again. I'm happy to be around. Cracking jokes, talking shop, doing drawings. Bless up. Joe says, agreed. I both have a career in government body nobody understands and a hobby nobody understands. Yeah, it's real. It's real. Bloody One says, my mom only really understood that I could make money with art when I got my first commission. Yeah, I mean, the money stuff that's even a completely, totally different conversation. It's like, that's another level. It's like, no one's gonna, if you're gonna do the art thing, it's like, no one's gonna believe you can make money as an artist until you put that money on the table. They're just gonna, all they're gonna do is worry about you. That's life. Stuff like this stream, for instance, is content that's educating young people in ways they never have been before. Perhaps the future generation will be more nuanced, sophisticated. I hope so. I mean, not to get too into the weeds or shop talky, but that's why I've tried to keep my online content more advanced, you know, talking about the mind and stuff like that, not getting caught up with fundamentals, you know, just trying to, you know, let's start from a couple steps forward for the most part. Try to prepare people emotionally and mentally and stuff like that. Because otherwise you never get to that conversation, you know. Ethan says, it's best they never find out what artists really do and expose us for the bohemian wasters we are. Yep. I enjoy art talks, so thanks for all this. I mean, that's why, you know, I'm lucky I enjoy it too. That's what lets me stream and stuff like that. It's like, I love talking shop. I never got bored of it, even though it's been years and years. So I'm lucky in that regard. It's been a huge part of me being able to hang out online and things like that. I'm going to leave in like 4 minutes, just on an even 2 p.m/4 hours of streaming. If anyone has any other questions or anything like that. Hi, what course do you mean? Could you be talking about Form from Imagination, my incredible and gigantic course on imagining form and making a conceptual model of structures in your mind? Link is in the description. formfromimagination.com. It would help if the conversation about around making money as an artist weren't entirely driven by commercialism and included more independent artist avenues instead. Yeah. I mean, it's hard. It's hard to be an independent artist, but the commercial stuff is like, it's undependable too. Most commercial art jobs, you're considered expendable and replaceable and things like that. It's very hard to hold them down if you don't really stand out, Recommendations for Procreate texture packs. I enjoy you being more active. Keep drawing. Oh, I will keep drawing. Unfortunately, no recommendations for packs. Unfortunately, I don't think I. You mean just textures or brushes? I don't have much recommendation for either. That guy Lane, I don't have them, but his pastel brushes for Procreate look pretty good. I just use the standard tools in basically everything that I use. I don't get caught up with the brushes or anything like that. Donnie says, seems to me that arguments against AI art is mostly denial and short-sightedness. It's got to the point where it's at right now in pretty short time, and people can't see it getting better still. Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree. It's just most of the optimistic arguments seem to be failures of imagination. But again, we can't know that either. No one knows. It's Black Swan. No one knows. No one understands. We have to admit that nobody actually knows. Anything could happen. It could go either way. For my entire younger life, I've been surrounded by more talented artists telling me that whatever it is I'm doing is not real art. Ha! Many years later, I'm still drawing, now professionally, and still improving thanks to you and people like you. I'm very happy to have been a part of that partisan. Why am I? There we go. Just want to say thanks for streaming. I know you're headed out soon, and any question at this point could lead to sprawling answers. Have a good day, dude. Thank you, Wesley. I appreciate that. Happy to have been here. I'll be back on Friday. I'm doing Monday, Wednesday, Friday these days. Unless I just get the bug to stream tomorrow, and I'll do it tomorrow. But I recommend listening to Jaron Lanier on this topic of AI. I will look into that. I'm so sad now. Access to course denied to me. Want to learn draw, don't know what to do. There's got to be some course out there you can take that is where it's not denied. But also follow your heart. Believe in yourself. Believe in yourself. You don't need to seek out guides necessarily. You can trust yourself enough and find your own way with art. Because remember, art is it's subjective. So time spent listening to others, it's just as valid to spend that time investigating your own subjectivity. It's going to make you better because your opinions, your heart in art are just as important as anything else. Nerdy Baird said, Steven, you are the reason I started drawing and continue to draw. Thanks for everything and being yourself. Steven, you're the reason I started drawing? Is that possible? Is that really true? That is fucked up. That's crazy. If that's true, that's crazy. I don't know what to say to that. I don't know. I mean, stuff like that is why I feel like a great urgency to make this thing work, right? To not get sucked completely away into the whole of client work or disappear into some studio. I mean, if I made someone start drawing, it's like, there's no better service I could do, who cares about some movie or game I put out? I don't know. Stuff like that doesn't excite me. I mean, it used to, but basically as soon as I started working in the industries, I realized I don't really care about projects, I don't really care about having feathers in my cap, but to contribute to somebody beginning relationship with drawing is that's mysticism right there. That's I work for drawing, if I can if I can bring drawing new people, I think drawing would be proud of me, you know. I think that's the thing drawing would want most from me. I'm a good little slave on those days. Even with AI, most people would be limited by recollection and quality of their vocabulary. Unless they want to do it with own hand, then that defeats the whole purpose of AI. Most people would be limited by recollection and quality of their vocabulary. I mean, I worry that, I think even the idea that we'll be putting in the prompts is kind of short-sighted, honestly. I think the punchline on this AI stuff is that you're not going to need to be sitting there putting in the prompts. Like, every time a professional artist puts a prompt in, we're teaching the AIs what the people with the best taste in the world currently think is a cool thing to see. And experience with deep learning in other areas, not my experience, just what we see out in the world, is that we think that's cool now because of a traceable stream of influences, right? That's why, like, your Instagram can show you ads for products you didn't even know you wanted, but once you see it, you're like, oh, right, that's exactly what I want. So I think the punchline here is that we're not putting the prompts in anymore, right? I mean, Netflix has already done stuff like that. Netflix has used, I can't remember the story exactly, but go check it out. They've just, like, people who like this thumbnail also like this thumbnail. So let's just take the actors from those two thumbnails in those two moods and make a movie that produces a mix of those two thumbnails and those two actors in those two moods. And it worked. So the AI, there was no creativity. Just the AI said, this is the next thing you should make. And yeah, I think that's sort of the punchline it's heading towards. It's like, we're not, the end of this is not people sitting there typing into it. It's like, it will tell you what you want to see. And that's when things get interesting. Nishio says, your videos have made art so much more enjoyable. I'm so happy to draw every day. Thank you. Nishio, I'm very happy to have contributed to your daily drawing practice. Keep doing it. Draw happily today. Draw happily today. Yeah, the future's wild. The future's wild. I find AI art so scary and depressing. I mean, these conversations are extremely interesting, but don't let it scare or depress you. It's, I don't think that's really, that ain't it, you know? I think it, I mean, if anything, it's encouraging to just, like, remove invidious incentives, you know? Like, it encourages you to really dive deep inside, to experience your art as happily as you can, you know? Like, the stuff that I'm drawing here, this sheet of sketches, right? I will happily, not happily, but I will totally accept if tomorrow someone's like, a computer does this perfectly. We did it. It does these perfectly. It looks just like your drawing, Steven. And you had enough drawings out there on ArtStation and Google that we know exactly what your style is, and the AI does them perfectly. I don't, fine. I don't care. It doesn't even bother me. I'm just like, well, I'm sure I'd be a little bothered, but I mean, I wouldn't stop doing it. You know, I do it because it's a rip-roaring good time for me. It would be more troubling if I didn't have fun drawing, if it was only about the end product for me. And it is for some artists. So for them, I think it's a good push to, like, don't get so caught up in the BS, you know, about the shipping, about the end, about whether it's going to succeed or something like that. It's a good reminder to craft your own intimate joy about what you do, because it can be improved. You know, you can get better at loving what you do. You can. So Aton says, hey, Steven, first time I caught you live. I found your channel about a year ago, and you've inspired me so much in my art journey. Just wanted to say thanks, man. Much love from Israel. Much love from New York. I'm happy to have contributed to your journey, Aton. It means a lot. It's a great honor, really. It's very weird to live a life where I intersect with people's art journeys at all. You know, it's a huge privilege and an honor. Happy to have you back, Julian. Yeah, Wesley's correct. Yeah, it's just like, it's gonna do what it do, man. You know, and yeah, I don't think panic and depression and being scared of an imaginary future is, you know, that ain't it. You know, if it troubles you, just take it as a sign of like, all right, let's adjust some stuff, and then calmly proceed with the adjustments. You know. Imagine a future where AI art is the future, but only few people can really use it because it's really complex. It would be interesting. I wonder what would be like producing that complexity where there was still like a barrier to entry, because so much of this seems to be based on ease of use, you know? Is New York dope? It is. It is. It's definitely worth a visit, I would say. I love New York, you know? Living here can be hard sometimes, you know? We just have way less space than most other places, so it can be hard in that regard. You know, I feel cramped a lot of the time, but New York's great. I love New York. Got 99 reasons to be depressed, but AI ain't one. How do you get better at loving what you do? I think that not to be terse or anything like that, but I think that my YouTube, my whole YouTube, like, you know, besides the live streams, but like the pre-made focused videos that I make, the back catalog of this YouTube channel, I think that that's my long answer to that question. That is what the YouTube is about. You know, all of the videos that I've made are a long, detailed unwinding of what I believe makes you better at loving what you do. And it's a lot of unraveling bad suppositions and bad axioms and bad incentives, you know. What is your thoughts on comic artists? They're great. You know, comic art is not really my thing. You know, I wasn't really like a comics kid when I was young, but there's tons of amazing artists in the comics world. I've never worked in comics. I've been on the design side of things. Nick says, you've been to Europe, right? Any place besides Italy? Any place you yet want to go? I've only been to Italy in Europe. Yeah, I've only been to Italy, but Europe is on the hit list. Yeah, I want to go all over. You know, I've never been to London, want to go to London. All over, man. You know, all over Europe. Oh, no, I have been to Europe. I went to France. I went to Paris. I've been to Paris and Amsterdam. That's what you see. When I paused and thought, I was like, come on, Steven, you're forgetting something. There's some shaped hole there. Yeah, I've been to Paris and Amsterdam. But I got everywhere on my hit list, you know. I really want to go to Ireland. I really want to go to Scotland. I really want to go to Berlin. All over, you know. Spain. I really want to go to Spain, you know. I want to see the Alhambra. All right, everybody. I've overstayed. I know I said I was going to get off, but I just love talking. Love talking. Love talking to you guys. Come to Greece. We're close to Italy and have better beaches. Greece is on the hit list. I want to go see antiquity. You know, I want to go to Athens and stuff like that. All right, everybody. I'm going to go. Take care, everyone. Thank you for drawing today. Good luck with all of your drawing endeavors. Thanks for hanging out with me, and I will see you all soon. Friday's the plan right now. We're doing Monday, Wednesday, Friday. But you never know. I might surprise you. I might surprise you with another stream. Who knows? Who knows? You never know. I keep it unpredictable. You get the course.
Come in. Oh,
Hello, Joseph, is it?
hi, Dr. Zapata. Yes, Joe. How are you?
I'm well. What seems to be the problem, Joe?
Well, I'm having difficulty drawing from imagination.
Oh, Joseph, just so you know, that's totally normal. Why don't you tell me a little more about your problem? Is it that you can only draw from imagination if you're completely alone?
Doc, I can't ever draw from imagination.
What about if you're completely relaxed?
When I'm totally relaxed, I can't imagine a thing.
I see. Joseph, it's important to know that even with severe cases like this, there's always hope. I can prescribe an experimental therapy called Form from Imagination.
Form from imagination?
It's early days, but clinical trials are extremely promising. Why don't you try this for 6 months and then check back in with me?
Okay, I'll do whatever it takes. Did you just draw this?
Oh yeah.
Wow, it's amazing. Hey, Doc, do you ever have trouble drawing from imagination?
Oh no.
You wouldn't. I mean, you drew this.
That's right.
Wow.
Form from Imagination is an experimental therapy and is not yet approved for use by the FDA. Do not use Form from Imagination if you are already taking any prescriptions for drawing from reference, working side size, or tracing photos you didn't even take. Stop taking Form from Imagination if you experience any of these side effects: loss of interest in your personal projects, megalomaniacal self-confidence, hallucinations, unless they're the kind you're hoping for, drawing better than Steven Zapata, or feelings that purchasing the course was enough and you don't really need to do the exercises. Call your doctor if you have stiff gestures, flat forms, or boring ideas to address a possible life-threatening condition. Full sketchbooks have been reported with Form from Imagination and medicines like it. Other risks include long-term art careers, too many clients, and being worth more than you're charging for. Call your doctor today and ask about Form from Imagination.